Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Test, test. All right, cool. My bad. What's up? Yeah, it looks like we have a little two-side trading here. Sell side's gotta get us below 440 and then offer bids. They've got a lot of work to do. Yeah, seller at 455 taking in size. You have a seller at 470 taking in size, and we're gonna have to get through those before we can confirm anything for upside. But again, sell side sitting at, or sorry, the bid's trying to absorb into 440. Very tempting. Anything to
To keep in
acupuncture,
mind,
no
Russia's
trading.
Medvedev comments currently
Well,
coming
thanks
through
for
on the
stopping
wires.
by.
He does just note here that almost 175,000 servicemen have arrived to military units since the beginning of the year. This is coming from TASS.
What's up, Julian? Uh, no, I haven't, but there's a very clear absorption at 440 and 455 right now. Just two-sided trading stuck here in this little sort of range while we wait. Our PVZ reversion zone so far holding. Previous day POC still holding is supportive right now. Very clear offer above. If we continue to maintain at previous day POC, should be able to head up into these highs, and then we figure out which way we want to go. But if sellers get us below 40s and start to offer aggressively, that'll lead to our next leg down. But there's not really a great case for a buyer to push this thing up until we get over 480, to be honest. This could just be consolidation before another leg down. Well, as we refresh liquidity. Note that 480 is both previous day value high as well as the 15-minute VWAP from Globex. So there's a lot above us that we're gonna have to get through for this to have any sort of like real meaning of a reversal. But again, we know that there is a buyer absorbing at 440. Yeah, Russell is really bad today. It's leading downside. So ES is having a rough time. We can look at our sectors and see. Financials are dying. So that's why Russell's so weak. You've got energy names, gas names, utility names, financial names. Those are all your weakest today, which makes RTY and ES the weakest. Whereas we have retail, communications, healthcare, QQQ, right? Industrials, tech. These are bearish, but only slightly red. And so that's why NQ is flat. Oh shit, I changed this from. I clicked it. But as soon as tech starts to show that weakness as well, that's when the market's going to nosedive. But Russell leading down aggressively in multiple sectors with ES is just telling us that we're still in like a very clear grind down. The only reason that we have, the quote unquote divergence is because tech isn't as weak. But it is definitely not bullish. That is for sure. Let me mark levels. This is a little mess. Let's get rid of it. And do the same thing for ES. And the same thing for... Actually, Russell's probably good. Just going to shift things slightly. But we're still just trapped between these two 30-second opening ranges. Let's leave those, and then let me do some quick levels on NQ and ES. Just... Oh, excuse me, about the things that we talked about. I don't know if it's allergies or what, but I am not I'm super congested. And I'm dying. I don't feel sick at all, so that's why I'm thinking it's just something and something there. But my brother's girlfriend was incredibly sick at his birthday this weekend, and I'm a bit scared about that because I have the immune system of a newborn child. 480. All right, that's probably good enough for right now, actually. Like this again, like there's a absorption on either side is pretty clear, which is just trapping us in this incredibly tight range. But we can see these guys getting screwed up in these highs, and we can see sellers getting screwed down on these lows. We're just waiting for a break in either direction, and then a very clear rebid or reoffer for any sort of continuation. Until then, you get this garbage consolidation. Yeah, it truly is. I go anywhere with more than 5 people, and I'm sick. I'm lucky. Potential solution there. All right, this is offer trying to sweep below for the first attempt here. Russell rejecting previous day value low. It's a good sign that we want to keep going down, but we got to keep an eye. I want to see Russell really break this with NQ, or we're just going to absorb here again and trap as sellers attempt these lows. I want Russell to lead, as that has been leading. It's nice that NQ is showing a bit more weakness now, but I would like to see RTY actually show weakness before we attempt this low. Or there's a big chance that people get screwed down here without that. We have 30 seconds till new 15s. My RTY diverging here makes me pretty uncomfortable on this NQ low, I'm not gonna lie. Because if we recover this ledge here, this high volume node, we rotate up to 81.4 very quickly. So we need to see Russell weakness at this edge and get below these lows for continuation down, or this goes bid, and then we rotate up to our POC shift up here. And then when that happens, we then trap NQ sellers in these lows, and then bid and then push through these highs. Offer sitting at 40 still on NQ. But again, if RTY does this, we should rotate up to 55 very quickly, and then probably push into this 480 where we need to flip. Again, we're just using that Russell divergence as our leading signal to know that everyone down here is screwed and was always going to be screwed. That was a super easy trap to see. Just keep an eye on RTY as we push into these highs. That has to be our first risk off as we rotate up into that high. Just because if we lose momentum on RTY, NQ will follow suit as of right now. That's my idea. So first PT would be into 455 as we rotate up into these highs. Don't go for the exact number. But if we can sweep through this, we should be able to squeeze up into 480. So leave a runner for it, but understand and respect that Russell is just coming up to this 81.4, and there's a potential complete loss of momentum there as we come up again into our seller absorbing. I am taking off 1 here and then leaving a runner break even at 438. Again, Russell into target here now off of that failure and that divergence that we saw. Actually, I'm not keeping this break even. I'm gonna move my stop to 430 instead of 438. I'll give myself 8 points. It's fine. Gotta show interest above our ETH low here on Russell. If we can get over this, we should be able to rotate up to 83.8, and then on VWAP is where we're headed. As long as RTY has momentum, we stay in this trade. This is target here into 55s on NQ off of that failure and the divergence. ES held PVZ low, heading up to PVZ mid at 925 is your first target on ES. That is the reversion zone as well. So it's a very good target for ES here based off of PVZ. NQ 470 is target based off of PVZ off of the flip of our value low. And here's target. So either move stops up or take off risk as we are into our resistance here into 70 and 80. See what happens with Russell here at our pivot. See if we can hold. What we ideally want to see is this flagging here. Ability to kind of bid and push over ETH flow for this continuation up, right? We don't want to see an insane dip. Because if we dip, we're probably headed to like 480, right? So Russell has a bit more room down if we can't just hold this pivot here. Super important that we see the bid attempt to try to step up here and push over ETH low if we're going to continue. I'm going to wait for that interaction over 480 before I continue to try to long again. That was my first trade of the day, just that divergence trade with Russell. Targeting your next target, if you are still in a runner, is just like 485, 480, that area. Just watch to see if we can flag here. Again, Russell is your leader. Do people understand why we were looking for what we were looking for here? Does it make sense? Do we see on the 15 where we're headed as just a reversion trade?
The National Bank of Canada's executive says the effect of the tariff rate being absorbed by Canada is lower than initially anticipated.
Can people spot this as divergence? Where we have a very clear bearish here and a bullish here. Bullish diverge. And we just go right to our PVZ targets and reject, right? So now it's just a matter of waiting for Russell to find this secondary low, right? The higher low. And then we can potentially continue onward. So this is how I initiated, just with what we were talking about. So the recovery of our edge here. And then first target into our 55s, secondary target into our 70. And now just waiting for a potential secondary bid that we can play for a rotation up into 480, 485 to head into this VWAP if we're going to do it. Just based off of where Russell was going to find its high and low, right? And we're heading down to our POC shift here. This is where we want to see if that bid is going to happen into our like 78, 80. This is where we would love to see it happen now that we are fixing some of this. And we'll just watch for something like this to happen off of this failure at our highs and full rotation through this LVN. It's a bit awkward trying to long here in the middle of the range, right?
Russia's Foreign
We
Minister
know
Lavrov says
this
that
is
Germany
basically
is
like a
being drawn
1-to-1
directly
risk to
into
reward
the
right
Ukraine
now.
war.
Where you have, this is your upside, and this is your downside, right? It feels a little 1-to-1. But if RTY can find a bounce here, your odds are actually much better than 1-to-1. Because this will lead to a
OPEC reaffirms the level of
potential
overall crude
push
oil
into
production
our
for
high.
OPEC and
We can hold them
non-OPEC
in.
participating countries in the document as agreed in the 38th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting until the 31st of December 2026. OPEC Plus has agreed to use 2025 oil output levels for the 2027 baseline, according to sources. And OPEC Plus agrees to keep the current group-wide quota plan, according to a statement. OPEC Plus are to mandate the OPEC Secretariat to develop a mechanism to assess participating countries' maximum sustainable production capacity, or MSC, to be used as reference again for the 2027 production baselines. OPEC says it is to closely review the global oil market conditions, oil production levels, and the level of conformity with the document, assisted by OPEC Secretariat. OPEC Plus to meet next on November the 30th. OPEC Plus are to discuss the July output hike in a separate meeting on May 31st. Again, OPEC Plus discussing July output hike in a separate meeting on May 31st.
Not really a ton here. We're just looking to see if buyers are going to defend this sweep back through these lows. Think of this as balance, right? So what we did was we recovered our low, rotated up to our high. Offer was still there, of course, and we're now rotating back down. This is where buyers need to initiate again. If we are going to show interest at these lows, if we can do that, then we should be able to rotate back up. And then we look for the bid and the flip. If this fails here, and instead of finding a really big buyer here, we reject the mid, right, our 55s, and then we see that offer step down, this is what leads to our downside leg, our next downside leg, which would take you for a look into ETH low on NQ. So it's super important that we see the bid really attempt here at our low of range and into this stacked imbalance on footprint if we were going to continue higher. Got to get over 55s and then look for that rotation up. What's up, Kevin? We want Russell follow through here. It is so important that we respect that, seeing as how that led to the upside leg and our downside leg, right? We need to see that follow through, that rotation. RTY leading down, not up, right? Rejecting, retesting our lows. Until we see that bid step in, you got to be bearish with this, right? We got to wait for Russell to actually show interest, because if not, we have elevator down because we now have weakness across the board with NQ also weak. We have so much excess above that we have to be able to push through. All of these buyers here potentially trapped, right? Above into our offer, top of balance. So it is vital that we see these guys engage again and ideally get us back over like 78, right? Like that's pretty much where we want, because we have all this, we have this LVN and above. So right now you should be looking at it this as like, this is where we're going to hit our heads and that offer is going to try to stick or rotations down. But if we can bid back above, we don't have a ton in the way. We know that we're just headed back up to this edge. So all we need to do is wait for this downtrend to break and for this bid to step back over. And NQ still holding our low of balance, right? No change here. It's just a bit choppy. But as soon as Russell starts to regain some of that momentum, we should be able to rotate just back up to our balance high. Again, nothing is invalidated, But what we are doing is holding our lower high, right? Which is telling us that sellers are back at 55s from this shift. So again, sellers stepped in here, and then the offer has lowered, and now they are here at this 55. So we need to see these bids continue to try here into these lows where we saw this absorption. We need to see them stack and push over this 55, and then we can battle for this. The leading signal will be if we can also see this break on RTY allowing us to push up, right? We want multiple markets moving together.
The US says that it has enough petroleum from countries other than Iran. The US says they can do significant reductions in Iranian petroleum.
See if we can flip this 55, head up to that 80, or if this offer is going to stick here. RTY not moving as much as I'd like to see so far. Yes, very clear pivot above us at 920. This POC shift attempting to happen. Need to show interest above that if we're going to be able to rotate back up to our 25s. RTY slight higher low, but again, need to get over this node or we're just going to continue to hit our heads on it. Seller, again, very clear at this 55.60. As we're trying to flip. I'm going to try small here. See if we can pop. RTY, we're trying to recover this node. ES as well. We are slightly green on NQ. Slightly. Should be able to gain a bit more momentum if RTY can push. Just a full range rotation on NQ while we're waiting. This is a okay first risk off as we push into this high again. But I'd like to see more. We've got room with Russell and ES. We know what we're looking for. We've got it passed. We want to see this flip, this 70 to 80. 80 again is just our 15-minute VWAP for our reversion trade. We want to see this go supportive if we're going to go up higher. All right, I am risked off until we flip that. That's my second trade. See if we can hold above. RTY still has room. I only had one contract, so just got to be careful with it. If I had two, I would have left a runner for this potential continuation, but I did not. Like I said, just a small entry off of the hold on RTY there, plus NQ pushing over our 55s. But balance is balance until proven otherwise.
According to TASS News, Russia's Medinsky says Russia has offered Ukraine an exact date and venue for a second round of talks in the coming days to exchange memorandums on peace settlements.
If R2I can hold this 79 tie, there's potential. But we just gotta wait. Same thing at this 920 on EOS. Just trying to make this higher low happen. I feel like the lowest you want to see this go is like 55.60, and then you want to see like an immediate bid, very aggressive bid, and then pop over 80s for anything more. Yeah. We need to see like basically the mid defended, right? The reason why we just rotated fully up is because the offer just failed here at our mid. So like when we pop back down into our mid, we want to see
Russia's
this
Medinsky also says Russia expects a reply from Ukraine ASAP to meet in the coming days.
Right into here. In this little LVN. RTY leading down here. Oh, for those that aren't on Discord, this was the, when I said I was trying small, it was just this. Right, the flip of our 55.60, just like I talked about, and then the rotation up. Just right here. I'm not convinced on either direction yet. Russell rejecting this isn't a great sign, though, for buyers. Rejected our previous day value. Our PVZ mid. That's great. We're finding our bid at 55 is where we need, but we need Russell to move with it for anything real. What's up, Eric's? $40 seconds till new 15s. RTY testing lows. We are here in our downside pathing potential. If this offer holds at our low.
So according to a Fed survey, in 2024, 73% of Americans said they're doing okay or comfortably financially, a little changed from 2023. In 2024, 29% said the economy was good or excellent, down from 2019's 50%. The Fed survey says perceptions of local and national economies improved in 2024, but was still net negative. The public viewed inflation and prices as the top financial concern last year. In 2024, 60% said price changes made financial situations worse versus 65% seen in 2023. And in 2024 as well, 63% said they could cover a $400 emergency with cash or equivalent, which was little changed from 2023. 79% said they changed behavior in response to higher prices. So again, this is a Fed survey on consumers last year.
Count our bid, right at our halfway back, and our POC on NQ. But RTY leading down, and all we're seeing is the seller stepping in at a lower high, which is not good, right? If these guys remain offsides above, and this holds as a resistance, then we can start to see this take advantage of these guys who are offsides and our highs, and then we start to push down following RTY. So we got to we have to be very careful with that. We don't want to see lows taken here, and we need to see this push above these highs. Or again, all we have done is trap these guys into our highs, and the offer will then try to step below the mid here and then rotate us down. Again, we don't have a huge momentum shift or a breakup out of
FHFA
our
Director
balance
Pult says Fannie Mae and
until
Freddie Mac could be
we get
worth
below these
trillions of
guys or
dollars
above
in a
these guys.
CNBC interview.
We are just stuck at the mid on NQ, which makes it a pretty awful area to try to look for anything, unless you're willing to take a 1-to-1. What do I mean by 1-to-1? Well, it's like, okay, your stop has to be into our lows, right? It's a big risk to reward. It's literally a 1-to-1, right? On either side, because you're at the mid. Mid is getting pretty heavy for sellers. They are trying to load back up at this 55.60. RTY trying to find a bottom here. Just bottom balance here on NQ, no change. Watching to see how we interact here. RTY can start to lead up, potentially another long. See if this is our offer back to where our seller was located last on NQ, right? And our shift of our lower pivot on Russell. We either see sellers really try to step in here to defend the mid, right? And then rotate us down, or they're going to get stuffed here again, and then we're going to rotate up. So we'll just watch to see how RTY interacts here at our PVZ. Jesus.
Politico reporting that the White House are to send the Doge cut to Congress next week.
RTY rejecting our pivot so far. Same thing with ES. NQ a little iffy here. All we know is that we've got the seller at 60 who's trying to defend. That's really it. You get continuation potential under like 45, bit too just two-sided choppy trading in the middle of our range. All we know is that we're playing with Russell, right? So this is a rejection so far of our ETH low and our POC here. This is our NQ, our RTY pivot, just rejecting, no interest above. And we know that this is the bottom of balance here on NQ. So not a great area to attempt to short unless you are willing to have this as your stop into 70 and then initial profit into these lows, right? So it's not a great, it's okay, but like your RR isn't incredible here yet. We need to see a look out of this balance. It's just not great yet. It's fine for little scalps, right? But it's not anything world changing. And you have to have a decently wide stop for it, right? Like what we're looking at here is basically 10 points of risk, 60 into 70. And then like, what's your reward? Well, it's not great, right? It's not great at all. 1-to-1 still, because you're trying to initiate at the mid. What we need to see is this flip, this pivot, for that really nice next leg down. And that then leads to a pretty solid, almost 3-to-1 risk to reward. If you're still in runners, right, from this push into R70, then you're in a much better position. It's not terrible, but again, it's just it's rough here. We want Russell to start leading down. Hopefully it does. Right, because like you're this, the problem is like you're taking a short, and like this is also your long entry because it's balance. So it's like, is this worth, or is it better to try the long into our low of balance, looking for the rotation back up? I'm in a small short here at 55 with the stop at 62. There's like a 60% chance that I get stopped out here. I'm just trying to play with our Russell weakness with the lower high here, potentially on NQ. What I mean by lower high is that our offer is potentially shifting down. So trying to play the halfway back here. But again, it's just not great right now. Are we slightly profitable? Sure. But am I happy? No. Not until we get the break out of balance. So what can we identify in these highs and then the candles that proceed afterwards? What can we identify? What's going on with these POCs? Are they attempting to shift value? Are we attempting to see the offer step down based off of just looking at that? Yeah, right. So like right now, the reason why I'm even attempting is because I'm looking at this potential shift here at our POC to value high of the previous candle. And I'm looking to see if sellers can hold this and then break these lows. But like with a flat RTY, it's going to be very tough, and a flat ES, right? Like our risk to reward here just isn't great. We'd much rather initiate in these highs or initiate in these lows, right? Like our, again, risk to reward wise, like we are at the low of balance. And so like our trade here is pretty skewed because there isn't more until we can break down. So trying to initiate here is me having a bias looking for this push down. But like if this fails, right, and this low holds, all we're going to do is just rotate this balance again. So I have to have a very tight stop here because
So
I
keep in mind, according
understand
to the
that
roll call, in 10
the
minutes time
ability
now
to
at the
rotate
top of
up
the hour,
through this
Trump
is
due to
very
be
high.
participating in a swearing-in ceremony for the interim U.S. Attorney of the District of Columbia. Also in 10 minutes time at the top of the hour, that's 12 p.m. Eastern time, US Vice President Vance is due to be speaking at the Bitcoin 2025 event. We'll get the videos for these out on the feed for those interested. We have posted out the videos for US VP Vance and Trump participating in this swearing-in ceremony, both speaking at different events at the top of the hour. Both the live videos are on the feed for those interested. ECB's not says near-term growth and inflation risks are to the downside. ECB's not adds that the medium-term inflation outlook is more ambiguous.
I got stopped there at 62. I told you.
According to a memo, Germany sees a high bar for gas storage intervention.
Yeah, we just gotta wait out for the break of the balance. All good. Again, everything like in the mid here is just like a 1-to-1 risk to reward. So until we can actually see the breakdown, it's gonna be very tough.
So looking into this then, Germany sees a high bar for any intervention to support gas storage efforts this year, even if the country ends up missing its new legally binding targets. If LNG supplies keep arriving in the country by the start of November, it may not be appropriate for gas market manager Trading Hub Europe GmbH to step up to support injections, even if the nation's storage goals are missed, according to a memo by the Economy Ministry, which was seen by the wires. Effectively, Germany is aiming to have storage sites 70% full. ECB's not says monetary policy stance should be neutral.
You got to see buyers defend like 50 to
In
55
5 minutes'
here on
time now, at
retest.
the top of the hour,
We want to
Trump
flip
speaks
this.
at a swearing in ceremony, and US VP Vance speaks at Bitcoin 2025 conference. Both the live videos are in the feed for those interested.
Do we care about the Bitcoin conference? No. So I will post the secondary live stream here.
ECB's not says inflation dynamics may cause considerable challenges.
RTY leading down again. NQ, no
So
change.
natural gas futures are
Yes,
extending
rejecting
losses, with
POC.
prices down in volatile trade ahead of the June contract expiration. Keep in mind, we did also see the Germany LNG memo as well come out just a few minutes ago.
Gonna clean this up. Just want to really highlight that this is just balance until we see that shift.
So we're shortly expecting comments from US Vice President Vance, who's speaking at the Bitcoin Conference 2025, and Trump, who's participating in a swearing-in ceremony for the interim US Attorney for the District of Columbia. Again, live videos are on the feed.
This is a great first risk off for secondary risk off for shorts until we show interest below. Just keep an eye on Russell to see if we can lead down off another rejection of our pivot. NQ into our PVC low here at 34s. We have 27 seconds until new 15s. Trump and Vance are about to start speaking here in a second. I am flat. It's at lows of balance so far. Watching our halfway back, these gray boxes. See if we get a lower high across the board. Watch your POC from previous candle to act as resistance potentially. If offer is going to be able to break the low of balance, right, and actually show this shift outside and not just another excess that we form and then bid back through, we need to see a very clear rejection of these highs here, right? And that offer then step below, showing this shift and then continuation down. So it's super important that we see that seller aggressively push us down below this and then shift our balance low. Or again, this is just a bid, like we already know. You either are willing to play your edges or you're waiting for the break and hold.
According to TASS, Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov says Russia proposes the next round of Russia-Ukraine talks to take place on June 2nd. Iran may agree to pause nuclear enrichment work temporarily if the US recognizes Tehran's right to enrich uranium for civilian use, according to 2 Iranian sources. Seeing some weakness in WTI crude here. Iranian sources say any temporary halt to nuclear activity under a political agreement would also require the US to release frozen Iranian funds. So again, 2 Iranian sources say that Iran may agree to pause nuclear enrichment work temporarily if the US recognizes Tehran's right to enrich uranium for civilian uses.
Just a full rotation of our balance again, just like I talked about. Not a lot here. We watch to see if the offer holds this 70 to 80 again, or if we can flip it. Until then, this is going to have to be your risk off as we push up into these highs. If you took a long off of our lower edge, where we know buyers are absorbing sellers, there is no shift out of our balance as of yet. We have a buyer trying to absorb at 60 and trying to hold a higher low here. If they can continue to maintain this 55.60, we are in an okay spot to retest into that 80.85. If they fail here and we look back below, there is no shift, right? All we're looking for is a potential shift. We want to see ES and RTY start to lead up if we're going to get that continuation. Again, we know that this is our top edge. The only trades that you should be looking for are either a break and hold balance or risking off your long that you took from your lower edge in the identified balance. It is really a simple area. The problem is when we look for continuation without an excess, right? Because then we try to do too much and not just respect the balance that we're trading in. So again, we are looking for one of 2 things to happen here. A look and hold into these highs, or a look into here and then an offer dropping and pushing us down, right? We have a balance edge that is known. We need to either see the ability to build and hold, or a lower high and then the offer shift down to then rotate us back through our known balance. Just like we saw here in this low, where we look down and then we look back and then we rotate through. We want to see the same thing in our offer if we're going to rotate back through. Right? This is that secondary move in balance that we want to be playing off of. See if Russell can lead us up, testing our POC shift here. We are watching to see if this goes offer and rotates back through, or if we can bid and hold here for rotation back up into our top. pivot. This is our node from earlier where we are trying to make supportive or resistance. And this is our 15-minute VWAP and resistance on NQ. Again, just makes for a really great risk off for longs, and we wait to see if we can flip this or not. You can see that our footprint on TradingView is telling you the same thing that I just said, which is this 55.60 is where that bid is trying to flip and hold. We can see our offer rejected on Russell, leading to this downside and this weakness across the market into our top of balance on NQ. There is no change in anything that I've said. Still maintaining balance. What you need to see, though, is this bid aggressively try to hold our higher low buyer here again, 55.60, the same as before. Trump stream sounds like it's about to start. Or not. Never mind. Good bid at 55. Watch to see if we can get over the 70, or it's going to be our first lower high. Again, this is the pathing. We're watching to see now if this is going to be our offer and our lower high, or if we're going to be able to push from here.
So US VP Vance taking the podium at the Bitcoin 2025 event now. Remember, we do have the live video on the feed.
So again, you have two options here. You are either willing to play the risk here at our top edge, looking for another rotation down, right? So you're looking for this 70 to hold with your stop above these highs for a rotation down to our lows, or you are looking to play the long potential breakout here off of our higher low bid with your risk below here, looking for a rotation and push into these new highs, right? You have two options that I'm looking for in these areas. We're either going to see our offer continue to hold and this this buyer remain off sides, allowing for this lower high to happen for this rotation down like we have pathed with your secondary sell on a rotation and hold of this for that push. Or you're looking to play off of this 55.60 risk for a rotation and break of these highs for a rotation and continuation out. Right? Those are the only two things that you can potentially see here. I have to move this over to delete all of my crayons. I'm deleting this. It's just too messy for me, guys. Like I'm trying to show you the trades, but like it's actually driving me crazy. I've said what we're looking for 30 times. I'm just gonna keep pathings on. It is way too much information on my screen.
So Trump is now at the podium speaking live at this swearing-in ceremony as well. So again, VP Vance and Trump currently both speaking at separate events, live videos on the feed.
The old double event. The audio is really bad. What the hell? Why is the audio so scuffed on this Trump stream? I'm gonna repost the stream just because it got a bit lost. All right, there we go. Offer sitting at 80 on NQ, no change. Russell showing a bit of divergence. You don't want to see that if you're looking for more upside. It's not looking great for continuation right now with Russell showing this deviation. QI leading down, NQ rejecting our balance highs so far. Watch for a potential bounce here on Russell into our value low edge, as well as NQ into our short-term demand here from the higher low at our yellow box. Need to see that flip for more downside on NQ.
So US CEA Chair Moran says we'll see where things shake out on the tariff levels. He also says the bond market will come to see lower rates in the coming time, and the administration's policies are disinflationary. Interest rates will come down over time.
Russell bouncing our low so far. No change. Watching to see how our offer interacts here. Same as before. Same thing on NQ. Holding our demand from this buyer who swept through on footprint on our stacked imbalance here at our 55 to 60. Need to see offer shift below that for more downside. Look to see if sell side sits here at 70 for a lower high again, or if we just rotate back up into these. Any push above 80s and bid should be pretty bullish, but until then, right, balance is balance. Just moving this over so it's a bit cleaner. It's very hard for me to have messy charts. Alright, Trump Q&A now.
Trump says, I can't tell you if Putin wants to end the war. Says, we will find out soon. Trump says, we'll respond differently if Putin is playing us. It'll take about a week to find out. Trump says, Envoy Witkoff dealing with Russia very strongly. We'll find out soon if Putin is tapping us along or not. Trump says, having good Iran talks. So that's Trump saying, I'm having very good talks with Iran. US Envoy Witkoff adds that Trump is going to review a new terms sheet. So Witkoff says he's on the precipice of sending out a new terms sheet. Good feelings on a temporary ceasefire for Gaza. Trump says, I think we're going to see something sensible with Iran. Trump says parties in Gaza still have to agree to the document. Trump on Musk's comment says, we will negotiate a bill. I'm not happy about all aspects of it. Trump on Musk's comments says a bill has a way to go. Trump says that Majority Leader Thune is working with me and others.
Oh my god. They're bad people. Ugh.
So Trump speaking on these Musk comments, referring to Musk in a CBS a Sunday morning interview, where he said that he was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly. So Musk's opposition to the bill, saying that it undermined the work that the Doge team was doing, and mentioned that he thinks the bill can be big or beautiful, doesn't think it can be both. So again, those were comments that Musk made to CBS over the weekend that Trump is referencing in his speech now. US CEA Chair Moran as well adds, I believe the trade deficit will be lower next year. And US CEA Chair Moran says trade deficits are unsustainable economically.
Can we get out of here? Holy.
Trump says, I'll sit down with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Putin if necessary. Trump says, I'm working on Putin.
Into our previous day value high and current value high here on NQ. Watching to see if Russell can breach here or if we're going to reject again, same place. This is the top of our balance here on NQ.
Trump, on why he didn't impose Russia sanctions, says, I don't want to screw up a deal.
I wonder.
Trump says that Boeing has got to get its act together. Trump also says that TikTok is different than Nippon Steel. We would need China approval on TikTok. Trump says, I think we can save TikTok.
I just need NVIDIA ER to be a thing of the past so that the market can move. And I don't have to just sit here, trade balance over and over in the range this tight.
Trump on a TikTok deal says China is never easy. Trump says, I warned Israel's PM Netanyahu against Iran action and told him that it is not appropriate. Trump says, I want to go into Iran with inspectors. Trump says, I told Israel's PM Netanyahu that we're close to a solution. Iran wants to make a deal. Trump says an Iran deal could happen over the next few weeks. So Iran deal could happen over the next couple of weeks, says Trump.
Get me out of here. Are you ready to learn how to build AI at a trade school?
The Fed bids for 5-year notes total $9.6 billion.
For any more downside, we need this 55.60 to flip. Until then, it's just your risk off if you're trying to short off of 70 to 80. There's really not much here. Trump's still talking. Just top of balance.
And Trump has now concluded his remarks at the White House event.
All right, Trump is done. Thank God. All right. See if we can get out of here, or if they just rotate us back down now. Unsure. It's gonna be very hard to move with the flat Russell. The goal here from buyers is to maintain this 55 to 60 and show interest above 70 and get us over previous day value high and current value high on the day. We don't have expansion potential until this value edge becomes supportive, right? We just don't. Like, we're inside balance. And so until we see that shift, it is very hard to look for anything more, right, than this rotation right now. That's all we got from 55 to 80. So as long as you're understanding that and willing to take profits in this area and leave a runner in either direction, this area is pretty free. But as soon as you start to look for expansion without any reason for expansion, that's when we run into issues. Just play your edges or wait for the
In
edges
10 minutes' time
to
now,
become
at the
supportive or
top of the hour,
resistance.
the US is selling
chill.
at 5-year notes at $70 billion worth. The
Just
prior high yield was
be patient.
3.995%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.41.
The balance has been defined for like 3 hours.
So treasuries have mostly unwound earlier losses as dip buyers step in, fading the late outright auction concession in the belly of the curve ahead of this $70 billion 5-year sale today in around 10 minutes' time. The event follows a solid 2-year note sale on Tuesday, which stopped 1 basis point through the when issued level. This week's auctions are expected to benefit from a healthy month-end extension for June. JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring more of a concession from Tuesday's closing level in order to be digested smoothly, citing unattractive valuations. Also, the latest CFTC positioning data shows that speculators were net short 2.3 million 5-year note futures, a near record amount and a possible source of covering demand at the auction.
So again, if you're short, this should be your first risk off into 60 to 55. We need to see this flip for more. We want to see Russell follow through as well. It continues to just maintain higher lows. It's going to be very rough to get the full rotation of balance. Higher or equal lows. Right? Like, just play the range and all of a sudden you've made 30 points. Stop looking for more until we see a reason for it, you know?
USVP Vance says, I own a fair amount of Bitcoin. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. So the prior high yield was 3.995% and the prior bid to cover was 2.41.
What's up, Rory? $40-point range, goodbye. True. So far, any decent trades? I mean, yeah, just plain balance, dude. Just play your edges.
So we're shortly expecting the results from the US 5-year note auction. The Treasury when issued yield comes at the top of the hour, and the auction results follow a couple of minutes after this.
No, I didn't. 10 seconds, 2015s. Bid our 55, rotating into our 70 offer. No change, flat POCs across the board, which designates this as terrible trading. No shift of our balance yet. Need to see the offer start to show interest below and reject one of these POCs.
ECB's Villeroy says, I don't see inflation picking up in Europe. Treasury when issued 5-year yield 4.075% ahead of the $70 billion auction. Again, that's 4.075% for the when issued 5-year yield. So we're now shortly expecting the results from the 5-year note sale. I'll leave it with the high rate. High rate 4.071%, 4.071% compared to the when issued yield of 4.075%, with a bid to cover of 2.39, 2.39. The US sells $70 billion, awards 23.12% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 9.24%, direct 12.39%, indirect 78.37%.
into our 80 here on NQ again. We're watching to see if Russell can hold this shift. Very important.
So that's a stop through of 0.4 basis points on the 5-year note auction.
We are here, right? Another hold of our short-term bow, our demand. We are looking to see if Russell can hold this. If we can hold this, should be able to rotate up to ETH high again, just like the last attempt. Need to see if we can flip this. Looks okay so far, but NQ lagging a bit compared to RTY. Just watching to see if this 70 to 80 can hold as supportive and we can look over. We can, should be able to rotate up to like 505 into PVZ high. Just really watching to see if we can recover our PVZ POC here at 70s on this look above and hold. It's our first shift of our POCs, right? So super important to see if these guys are going to get stuffed up here and then we rotate back below and then offer below these, or if this is a active bid who is going to be able to pop this with our Russell movement. I'm hoping it's the second, right? We want to see this actually shift. Need to show that interest over our value edge. Let me turn off drawings real quick so that's just very clear. This is our daily value high off of our RTH session, as well as yesterday's previous day value high, right? So no shift in our range. Our value has maintained. We are looking to see if that can shift here with this bid active at 70 to 80 with Russell leading. So what happens if these guys fail here? What happens if we do this and we look back below and then the offer moves like this again? And then we come up and we retest. Right? Like these guys are then off sides into our highs, right? So we need to see this sustain. What happens if Russell does this full rotation up into here and then we lose momentum without NQ breaking out? What if this seller just has so much, he's just like, yeah, sure, fuck it. I'll take it all in while Russell is doing its full rotation. Yeah. Right. So I really want to highlight like the what ifs because you need to be ready for failed breakouts when we are trying, when we have a known balance below us, right? Let's hope that we can get this pop. Let's hope that this can hold at our 70 to 80. But if this continues to just absorb into 80 and we look below 70 and then see a strong offer, we have to be willing to be like, oh, okay, they failed, right? And not stick in that position for then 40 points of drawdown. That's the important part here is like, if you're looking for expansion here, it's got to happen. We need to see it. And the buyers have to be present because if they aren't actively present here, we do the full rotation back down, right? With then a catalyst for potentially more because these guys are then caught up here trying for the breakout. So like understand the situation that we're in and what the possible outcomes are when you put in a trade and when you're looking for a trade because you have to know when you're wrong and where that invalidation is. You don't want to sit in 40 points of drawdown. You just don't. You mentally will not be able to handle it. And that ruins the rest of your trading day.
ECB's Villeroy says more rate cuts are possible in the coming months. Coming weeks. Again, that's Villeroy saying more rate cuts are possible in the coming weeks.
These are blowing my mind, man. Actually insane. Oh, I spelled Twitter wrong. Yikes.
Surely expecting data for Fed reverse repo operation. $36 counterparties take $173.641 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Come on. Watching Russell into these highs. ETH low testing now. ES into previous day POC and current value high on the day. NQ holding where we need to at the 70 to 80. Trying to push. Need a bit more from Russell here. This is our first real pop off of a hold of a POC and a shift out of this structure break, right? Where we had these flat POCs where we just held our stacked imbalance, right? Our demand here. And we're now seeing bids attempt at this 70 level like we talked about. And we're seeing them now trying to rotate over this absorption and this wick high from this previous candle. So we're looking to see if we can breach this and if RTY can get that continuation. Note that VWAP is just a little bit above us. That could be a potential loss of momentum if this fails here to get past this absorption. We really need to see the shift of value here for this rotation up into that 505. The 70 to 80 is profitable, but it's not great as of yet, right? It's only 20 points. My dog needs to go out so badly. She keeps coming in to be like, what are you doing, dude? Might have to take a 10-minute break soon and go let her out. She's not having it. Closed half into 90 there from 77. Just watching to see if we can get a bit more. I'd like that 505. Just want to take a little risk off of that. Offer sitting at 92, 90.92 on NQ. Just into our wick highs here. Russell holding decently well so far. Looks okay. Bid at 65. Need to show a ton of interest here, or the offer flips, and then we rotate our value. This is our low at 70s. Need to get back over 80 quickly, or offer again. That'll be our lower high here, and then a failure with these guys then being trapped, and then the offer lowering again, and then that will lead to downside. It is incredibly important that we see an active bid step up, or again, the offer will be here, and we have then failed at our value edge. See what happens. Again, need to show interest over the 75.80 here for anything, where you expect your offer to be sitting there with a lower high with Russell leading down. So again, this should be your first risk off as we push into this. If you are playing off of our 70 edge and POC test on NQ, we need to see this flip. We need to see this 80.85 go supportive, or we will just look for a lower high here and a failure at our value edge. Again, your value edge is here if you don't know how to read a daily profile. So if we are now looking back below, these guys are then offsides. We then are looking to see if this offer holds here, and then if we can start to develop below the 70. We start to build below the 70, then we lead down. If the bid is able to maintain here at our POC on our daily profile, which is again at this 70, and we're able to then recover our value edge, it's a pretty good sign for bulls. But regardless, you have to respect that this is where sell side will be sitting until we see that flip. Yeah, they're already doing it. Do you know how many like fake photos there are from both sides for the Israel-Palestine conflict already. Crazy. Which is a actual tactic, right? You push out enough fake information, then people don't know when real travesties happen. Everyone just automatically believes everything's fake. Buddy, why would you, like, what do you, like, why say that? If you're shorting off of your 80 on the reoffer for the lower high here, this should be your first risk off. We're now looking to see if the offer can move down again and take out the 70 for the rotation back down. We need to see if we can flip this. Excuse me. We're going to shift this up with the new order flow that's come in. We'll keep our levels the same regardless, but it's good to know where those guys are offsides and where this buyer was located before. Nothing's changed in that. Appreciate it, buddy. I'm gonna put you in timeout. I don't know if you're just bored or what, but like you are done. You're pissing me off. See you in an hour, buddy. All right, back to our 55.60. Huge trading going on here. Full rotation on ES from our previous day POC back down to our monthly AVWAP here. Just zone to zone. No change. Russell still flat. Just back to this quad POC balance that we were in before. Pretty ugly. Need to get below 60s for anything more. We are attempting. So here's the shift that's occurred. We have these guys who are offsides, like we talked about. We got our lower offer from the bounce at POC on the daily. We got our rotation down into our known demand, right? So we are now balanced between this offer and this bid. What we are looking for to see now is, can we shift again? Can these offers lower one more time, right? We saw our offer lower here. We saw our offer lower here. We're now watching to see if they can now hold below POC on the daily at this 40, or sorry, at this 470. If they can do that, we then want to see them get below the 60 for this rotation down for a full completion of this balance. We want to see our offer now sit here. We want to continue to just see them chug away at this, and then ideally a sweep below 60s. So here's your offer at 70, below POC. We want the full rotation. Here's your next look down into our 55. See if we can flip through. So if you have not understood, this is your first PT off of our failure at 80s, right? This is our 55.60, where our short-term demand is. If we can push below, then we get another 20 to 30 points down into that 34 or 44 area. We have 40 seconds until new 15s come out. We shall see what happens. It is just a rotation to our mid of our balance right now, off of the hold of the highs. Russell still flat, ES back to our ETH low. This again it has to be your first profit target. Hold a runner to see if we get the full rotation. We have 20 seconds until new 15-minute candles open. Oh, God, we just need to get NVIDIA ER out of the way so the market can move. So sick of it already. I hope, man. It's just anything. Get me out. It's the worst. At least it's under warranty. That's good. This is about as high as you'd like to see it go for short-term sellers. Just into VWAP. VWAP flips. We got issues. Russell back to our high of range. Oh my god. Get me out.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour where we're expecting the FMC meeting minutes.
VWAP projection on NQ, Russell rejection at top of range, ES rejection at halfway back. See if we get a higher low here with Russell at our halfway back. We have 10 minutes until FOMC minutes. Hopefully that gives us some volatility, and that volatility can then break us out of this range, allowing for a squeeze to happen. With how much liquidity has been pumped into this like 50 point area. That's the hope. So Pardeep. We have news in 6 minutes. FOMC minutes. Just stuck in balance right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then NVIDIA ER. So between those two, your market is very stuck.
Five minutes away till we get the FOMC meeting minutes.
Yeah, just ignore him. He has no clue what he's talking about. Dude, that sucks. That reminds me of the I was on with Instacart, right? And they're like, "Can you hold on and wait for a minute?" And then the chat times out because I've been waiting for so long. It's just like, are we real? Are we for real right now? They gotta restart the process all over again. It's nothing worse. No change short term. 80 offer still holding. 60 bid still holding. Russell rejecting our top of range still. FOMC decision rate. Sorry, FOMC minutes in 2 minutes. Balance persisting.
One minute to go now till we get the FOMC meeting minutes. 10 seconds. Fed minutes say that they agreed that they were well positioned to wait for more clarity on outlook. Participants agreed that risks of higher inflation, higher unemployment had risen. Participants agreed that uncertainty about the outlook had increased and it was appropriate to take a cautious approach to monetary policy. Participants noted that they may face difficult trade offs in inflation if inflation proved more persistent, while outlooks for growth and employment weakened. Almost all participants commented on the risk that inflation could prove more persistent than expected. Participants agreed that uncertainty about the outlook had increased and it is appropriate to take a cautious approach to monetary policy. Participants agreed that risks of high inflation and higher employment had risen. Participants noted staff projections for 2025-2026 was weaker than their estimate at the March meeting, and participants saw uncertainty about the economic outlooks as unusually elevated. Some participants commented on changes in typical correlations across asset prices in the first half of April. These
Russell
participants
into our
noted that a
highs,
durable
Q into our
shift in
highs,
such
ES
correlations
into
or
POC.
diminution
Watch to
of
see if
perceived
offers here.
safe haven status of US assets could have lasting implications for the economy. And the committee voted to renew dollar and foreign currency swap lines. Fed minutes say that staff cited tariff policies as implying a larger drag on activity than policies they had assumed in their prior forecast.
This 80
So
to
some
90
key
needs to
highlights
become
there then.
supportive.
Cautious approach appropriate amid uncertainty and well positioned to wait for clarity on outlook.
With ideally Russell being able to show any interest outside of this range. Without that, it's going to be really rough. Again, this is just offer into these highs. We're watching to see if this seller is still persisting here. Right, we got our buyer, our rotation back down to our bid. Now it's just a matter of what happens now that we're back here, right? We've gotten our higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Now we're watching to see if this is going to then stick again for rotations back through, or if we can actually bid here with Russell breaking out and showing interest over our VWAP. Same thing with ES. Need to show any interest outside of value. Hopefully the market
We have
has
posted out
a
the Fed
little bit
May
of
meeting
room
minutes
now
on the financial
with
news feed for
minutes out of the
read
way.
through.
Let them digest this, and then hopefully we get an actual move. Pushing into our 90
US stocks
offer
trim
now.
losses after Fed minutes.
All right, here's our test. Russell into VWAP. Offer sitting at 80, 84 basically on Russell. 83.7. Rejection so far on ES and RTY VWAPs. NQ retesting our value edge here at 80. 90 offer holding. Watching to see if we can flag here on break of structure or if there's going to be no shift, and we'll enter back in with these guys being offsides again. We want to see a very clear continuation on RTY and it not get back into this range. Want to see ideally holding, right? Lowest you want it to go is this POC shift that occurred here at this node. Testing at our pivot here on Russell. See if we can find a buyer here at our POC. Got to get over like 85.90 on NQ for this to have any merit, and Russell over our ETH low, right? We want to see something like that. If it's going to bid, or what we're going to do. Well, we found our bounce for short-term relief, and then we'll see if sell side loads for a lower high and then rotates us back through, right? So it's important.
US Treasury 2-year
watch to see if we can check out
trims
highs.
its rise after the Fed minutes. Last up, 4.5 basis points at around 3.994%. Bid really trying here at 85. Yes. That would be ideal. You might be able to get like a little bit of a squeeze candle from buyers attempting to sweep on NQ, but for sustained move, yeah, we want to see RTY overview up. That's ideal. That should just be where your risk off is, any attempt into it, and then leave a runner just in case, but yeah.
It's the same thing with like ES into our value edge, like without any interest above. We just expect the same thing as before, which is just this rotation. Need to show that ability to actually build outside of value, like NQ is attempting now. Yeah. Offer at 500. Exactly. Now you're learning. What's up, Izzy? It only took us 5 hours to get to our 505 target. That's huge. $505 and then like 517. Actually, let me give you a precise level. This is our 30-second opening range low here at 500s, right? So what we're watching for is how our offer is into this high. Just move this over. This is like a very clear PT until this can flip. And then, of course, we've got our day open here, and that's your 520. So like anything to here to me is just going to need to go supportive before we can figure out what we want to do. Delete that. And go back down to 15. Thinking we might try 522, 545. Yeah, if RTY can push over VWAP and show it can hold, we have room to move. Without it, though, it's rough. Right, like, so like right now, a very easy rotation that we can be looking for is 10 NQ reclaim our opening range low here off our 30-second. And then we look for a offer at 510, a rebid at our edge low, and then a rotation up into our day open. From there, then we can just do this very simple rotation. Just like push up into this. Look for our ETH high to be taken. But without it, right, like this is just 30-second opening range, and so our day open rejecting, and then we look to see if this flips back down and rotates back down to this bid. Like any dips now, just want to be bought into 80 to 90. Really don't want to be flirting with anything lower than that, to be honest. Like, okay, maybe a few points into VWAP, but like we really just want to see this now stay bid, just like we have written on chart. This shift of our value and back into this upper auction is really important. Hopefully it's very clear. Like if I just drag this over, that these were our lows before, and now they're our highs, right? So if we can flip back into this auction, then we can look for targets up into these highs because we have this upper auction that we can play in, right? We saw bids step in here for rotations up. And now from our look down, we're seeing this is our offer point. So this is a very clear upper distribution off of our lower one from down here. So like we were seeing this rotation occur, right? We're now looking to see if this mid can hold, and if we can then hold this for rotations up into these highs. And just a reclaim of this upper balance. Because if this fails, then all we've done is look in, and then we look back down, and then we rotate through. I mean, RTY is just balance between our daily POC and our VWAP as resistance, right? With a failure here and a hold of this, we rotate back down to where the POC shifted below, right? So we're trying to build an upper area here for this breakout, but if it fails, then we know where we're headed back down.
The New York Fed, so they will start a morning standing repo facility on June 26th. Morning standard repo facilities offerings are to happen between 8:15 and 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll maintain the afternoon repo facility offerings as well.
Again, this is exactly where if bids are going to happen, they need to be here into our VWAP on NQ. If Russell starts to fail here, we run into issues where downside seems pretty inevitable. I am so sick of today. Get me out, man. Yeah. On both the 15 and our RTH. Good reoffer so far. Pushing down into POC. I will never understand people who say they like slower markets. This is miserable.
The Iraqi oil minister urges commitment to the agreements reached in the OPEC Plus meeting, affirming that unity of stance is crucial for stability of the oil markets, according to a statement.
Yeah, it's a great PT. Now we'll see if we can get a higher low here or if offer holds 90s. Mm-hmm. You've got the right idea. The issue is that we're just like still in the slowest grind up that I've ever seen in my life. Like this is just ugly. But like, is there very clear higher lows? Yeah, right. It is just so slow. And because it's so slow and the range is so tight, like you have to execute at your edges only, or the chances of you being offside for like 10 minutes before even a decision is made is so uh easy to happen, right? Like even executing near that, like taking a short here into our 80s. Like we can just chop here between 75 and 85 for the next, 15 minutes before a decision is made. It's like, okay, that's good, but like you need to see someone start to accelerate and not just like, or you're gonna have like a 10 or 15 point stop into an edge. Like without these like accelerations for secondary buyers or sellers, it just makes the trade feel terrible, even winning. I'm really hoping Russell starts to lead us down with this lower high. That one was very apparent with our POC holding his resistance at 80.7. But again, like we need follow through. Without it, these trades just feel bad. $45 till new 15s. Offer holding our 80 to 90 still. Higher lows are intact, but Russell leading down. You're gonna have to wait for that RTY low if you're looking for a bid. NQ just chopping around VWAP. yes, just holding POC, right? Like everything is just very flat.
NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $61.84 a barrel, which is up 95 cents or 1.56% on the session.
Yeah, it'll be better after NVIDIA ER, man. Nice. Glad to hear it. It's a pretty shitty 3 bar. I would say it's more of an inside candle that you're looking for. Just a rotation up the highs. We did a rotation of our lows. Not really a 3 bar at all. But it is an inside candle, that is for sure. How did an Amazon delivery fail? What?
Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov informed Secretary of State Rubio by the phone of preparations of concrete proposals to resolve the Ukrainian conflict, according to the Foreign Ministry.
Package. Oh, now I get to deal with customer service, Surf. Amazing. How do I even do this on Amazon anymore? They say that my packages, there was an attempt to deliver and that the address was incomplete. But I had 3 packages from Amazon delivered the day before with the same address. So I'm thinking someone was just lazy. Wish people were decent at their jobs.
Brent crude futures settle at $64.90 per barrel, up 81 cents or 1.26% on the session.
Get me out of here, man. All right, I will be right back. Amazon is calling me.
Ukraine's defense minister says, I handed over the Ukrainian version of the memorandum to the head of the Russian delegation. Says Russia continues to delay delivery of their version.
Finally, we get the breakdown. Jesus. Yeah, all it took was for me to yell at an Indian lady. Easy bait. What was this candle? Is there news or anything? Or is it just a breakdown and failure? We're back in the chop, so that's why I'm asking. Not a very sustained move. Just a failure? Okay, well. Unlucky. Yeah, that's a good long. On the recovery of our previous absorption there. Not bad. Probably play it back up to 80 if we can bid here. For the balance rotation. $40 seconds till new 15s. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's like it's just it's worth just to wait for acceleration. Yes, it's miserable when you just have to sit in a position and just wait for it to actually play and just doubt yourself the entire time. Absolutely awful. Yeah, it's miserable. No, there's only so many times I could take the same trade before I start to like counter trade myself. You know what I mean? Like it's just like, oh, well, surely it can't work again. We really want to see this like 60 to 70 bid, ideally. This can hold, then we should be able to push into 80 to 90 on the recovery. Waiting. This was our previous buyer, remember? So we're seeing if they're present here again or if they're gone. Yeah. I'm glad it happened in one 50-minute candle while I was gone. There was no news. It was just a breakdown of this range and then people getting trapped. Yeah, just ran out of liquidity. Nothing like a slap out of the range to bring in new liquidity. What kind of sandwich? Ooh. Well, but let's look at 80 to 90 first. Let's not go get ahead of ourselves. This is top of balance. We might need to do one of these first, Rory, where, oh my god, wrong tool. Where we're going to have to retest these lows first and then go. But we want to be careful here. I'm not looking for new highs before we take out our seller who just led down to this dramatic move, right? But yeah, there's potentially a decent amount of people trapped here. We're just watching to see if the seller who just caused this sweep through, right, is still present or not. But if we show interest over 80 to 90, it should be all right. Hey, at least you caught it, brother. What matters? That could be negative 1,000. It's so annoying when you can like clearly spot just like complete incompetence and laziness on a job where they're like, I call them and they're like, they couldn't find the building, is what they said. Like, really? Like, you saw it was an apartment building and you didn't want to have to deliver 15 packages to the same building. So you just drove by it and said it was gone. Like, I couldn't find it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what it looks like. It's like, no, you just were like, no, I'm not delivering. Again, this is first risk off into 80 to 90. It has to be. If we can pop above and hold, then we're in an okay spot. It's like, have you guys seen the, like the, uh, shit, what are they called? The camera feeds of like the FedEx driver just like walking up to the door and posting the note without knocking or even like having package in hand because the package is too heavy. Yeah, it's just like that. It's like, okay, sick. I'm a half out here from 67, just on this hold here. Just took off half into our 80 to 90. Now waiting to see if we can get any continuation. I'm really hoping that this absorption at 500, we just immediately sweep through. We don't want this guy to be back. We want this guy to be gone. We want these sellers at the lows from this wick to be absolutely ruined. And we want to just squeeze through and trade up to like 520 here. That's the idea. We don't really want to see this seller present at all. We want to see bids just show excitement and try to immediately sweep through. If this dude's back here, it's just more of the same. They took in like what, like 400 lots last attempt? Yeah. all of my volume profiles and footprint charts just reset on trading trade event. Okay, there we go. That was weird. All right, we're pushing through. Come on, just give us that like 520. Just do it. I'm out one more here into 500 because I have a brain, and then I'm leaving one runner just to see if we can get some excess. Let me see if we can let this runner run. This is RTY POC here at 80.7. I am out a little bit. All right, there we go. That's day open on NQ. This is where we need to now see on the 30-second. Let me shift this over just to give an understanding of what we need to see. Upside will look like this, most likely. So we're watching now to see if our previous low here at 97 to like 500, this is our 30-second opening range low. We would love to see off of this rejection of our 30-second opening range mid now hold as supportive. If we can build here, look into our day open, show this, and then rotate through our 30-second opening range. That is what we're looking for. Going to clean this up now that we're showing a little interest. And now we can actually mark this as 30-second opening range. Here we go. Let's see what we can do here.
The Nasdaq 100 turns positive again after dropping as much as 0.3%. S&P 500 back near flat as well. So there was no news catalyst for that drop that we did see in the indices there, or all this recovery that's coming through now.
He sounded kind of done. He sounded pissed about this move. Not gonna lie. Ooh. Sounded a little ticked, a little peeved.
State news agency reports that Kuwait's oil minister affirms support to efforts for stability of the global oil markets. So again, Kuwait oil minister affirms support to efforts for stability of the global oil markets.
I'm gonna move my stop to 490, I think. That still gives me a decent amount of profits from 467 and allows me to just chill in this without any worry. Again, ideally we hold this like 90 to 500 as supportive here, but we're just in our 30-second opening range. I'm not expecting more expansion until we can build over 520. I just want to see us basically balance here and show interest above our 30-second opening range, right? Just like we have paths. So stop again, just sitting at 90, just a little bit of low so I can have a little bit of room on these wicks. But I figure that if 90 doesn't hold, we'll just head back down to VWAP, which is at 75, which will give me a better entry than trying to just let this go all the way back down here. I'd like to be able to take off, $500 in profit without fully retracing this move from my entry. Again, because entry is 67, right? So that would just be a full retrace. So let's see what can happen. I'm still putting a bit on the line, but it's something. We'll see. I think the bid needs to be pretty apparent. I'm looking for ideally Russell to like hold this LVN, right? Find a bid here and then look up at least to VWAP. That would be the move that I want. Same thing with like ES, just kind of like rotating back down to VWAP here, and then we look to see if a bid can happen like that. Because again, if not, then like NQ is just going to rotate back down off of a failure at our 30-second opening range, and that's that. So let's see what we can do here. I got to stop there immediately. Love that. Okay. Now we're heading to our target for the immediate rotation through. See if we find a bid here or not. I'm going to give this a second because this is a little volatile for me. This is our bid at our 55.60. I think that this is good. I think I'm going to miss this rotation though, without that limit. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do, but it did it in 5 seconds. That is what I was worried about. All right. We'll get a re-entry. 15 seconds, or 5 seconds until new 15s. That was a good long, if you're in it. Offer sitting at 90. That should be your first risk off.
Seeing a piece from the FT here, Trump orders US chip designers to stop selling to China. So the Trump administration has told US companies that offer software used to design semiconductors to stop selling their services to Chinese groups in the latest attempt to make it harder for China to develop advanced chips.
It is going to get a little volatile here. Just careful. Yeah, I'm glad I had my stop where it was. So that was good.
So several people familiar with the move said that the Commerce Department had told electronic design automation groups, which includes Cadence, Synopsys, and Siemens EDA, to stop supplying their technology to China.
You only you basically had to have a limit at 60 for that to make sense though, for the 90 trade. Now it's just like a lower high in offer. That's obvious. We wait to see what happens here.
That article is now on the feed for those interested.
It's so hard to look for more like expansion until we can get over the 30-second opening range. Like it is what it is. See if this buyer is still willing to try here at 55.60. It's a little volatile. Yeah. Yeah, dude, midday, absolute disaster lately. Absolute disaster. Unless it's like a trend day, just like don't even show up. Trade from like 10 to 11:30 and then wait until 3. Maybe I need to like stop streaming for a couple hours and then start the stream up again so that I actually so people will leave. Yeah, I don't know. Just mute my mic. See, the thing is like the balance trades are good. It's just when you stop looking, when you start looking for expansion is when they're bad. But like just trading the edges and looking for the rotation through is very profitable. It's just, I don't know. It's hard for people to not look for more and not just take, the $400 rotations that are being offered over and over again. I mean, I was able to define our edges within 5 minutes of me being on today. And then it's just the same trades over and over and over again. But as soon as you like are like, oh, okay, we need more. I'm buying the top edge. That's when things get rough. And now you're just like inversed the balance over and over and over again. Because the issue stems from you longing the top, and then when it gets to the bottom, you're risking off your short, and then you're trying to then add to a short again because you missed the rotation, right? So now you're like doubling down on your bad decision because you're emotionally trading based off of your last trade. Oh yeah, her again. Her shit is so noisy. But if it's working, it's working. Who's Tory Trait? I don't know that meme. I know that meme. Dude, yeah, no, her setup is like the noisiest shit I've ever seen in my life. Rom sent me a video of hers like a year ago. We were trying to figure out what she was doing. The music doesn't help. How coked up do you have to be trading on this setup? I'm not saying the music is bad. I'm just saying it's like goes with how fast everything is moving. Like it just is pure clown fiesta. Like she's locked in. If your Dom is and your charts are on 1 second, yeah, you need the DNB for sure. Yeah, this is the video we're talking about, Izzy. You can look at it as well. In YouTube chat, yeah, that's Soupy. You couldn't recognize Izzy from her name. Their name, sorry. The YouTuber? No. It's an Izzy set for sure. All right, was that the only viable trade today since this morning? Was that it? That's all we got? Offer getting a little heavy here at 60s. Are they going to be able to shove it down, or do we absorb here and then pop? That's the question. This is what we're looking at right now on this low. It's getting a little heavy. When I say that, I'm looking at this little selling node that we're building out here at 60s. Might have to wait until MOC. Might just be done. Gotta be really careful here if they shove this thing down. It's getting a little heavy for sellers. They need to absorb this quick, and then we need to pop over 75. Or sell side wins, in my opinion. 75. $44. I'm waiting for this directional break on Russell. This chop here is crazy. It's like a half a point range. So far, I just absorbed all those into 60. Again, need to show that interest over 75 for me. Just so you have a visual aid, I put a fixed range on here so you can see what I'm talking about. We know that bid's getting absorbing these sellers here, and we're watching to see if they can show interest over this value high here off this little fixed range, or if offer is going to maintain, and then we actually see that shift value for that rotation through. Another way to look at it is we want to see these sellers who took in buyers here flip supportive on this look over, right? And we expect that if the bid is here at this 55.60, that the offer is going to try to move down here to this POC, right? At 70 or 68, whatever you want to call it, just this POC of this fixed range. So we're watching these three areas because they're very key. Whereas like if the offer is here into this POC, we want to see the sell really try to sweep through 55s and push this thing down. For the bid, we need to see the recovery and the takeout of this seller up here. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't really like see anything here on NQ until at least like 22. You've got potentially something at 40, 44, but we should be aiming for this low almost. Right. Here, visualize this. I want to make this as clean as possible. We're watching for. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 60 dude is not playing. But if we pop over 75s, I think that they are shit out of luck. But as long as that 60 is maintaining and we show that offer start to really hammer down, then I think like 420 seems pretty obvious. Just a matter of figuring out which way this value shifts. I don't think you get the move regardless with Russell trapped here between our 75.6 and 78. Just to add more context, 75 is VWAP. That's why I'm referring to. It's our value high of this little fixed range as well as our halfway back and VWAP. I would like to see that become a biddable level for upside. Because I think if we can hold that edge, then these guys who are loading the boat down here at 55.60 will then become pretty offside, and they will look to cover. But if this continues to maintain, offer is just like very clear here for this shift down. Uh, 44 is a great first target, and I think 420 is a great secondary target. 433 really. If we can get through this and show no interest here, I think we go to our value low here at 420, like pretty clearly. But we should look for a slight bid here, a little relief, and then a reoffer, I think. Watch Russell to see if this breakdown holds. If it does, we should be good. Really going to be, I think, on that. If we can break this range and actually move. I'm going to take off 5 MNQ here and then just leave 10 runners. See if we can't get more. Again, this is just a POC from this downside candle. So we're watching to see if they basically are going to hold this or if this rejects and then continues down for the trend with the Russell breakdown. But I think it's just it's a good first risk off, and then we figure out what we're doing from here. My Dom is like broken. What's going on? I can't see. Oh, okay, there we go. I had to tab out and tab back in. That was really weird. Like my level 2 and level 1 just like disappeared for a second. It's a little odd. So again, this is first risk off just into POC here of this previous candle on the dip wick. Now it's just about seeing where we reoffer. I would expect to offer into here. Right, something like this, where this now holds his resistance, but we'll see. Extend left. Just retested that POC. We are here in the rotation, right? I think just waiting for RTY to figure out what it wants to do here on this retest should be our answer. Again, we just want this breakdown to continue. That'll be good.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Elon Musk tried to derail Sam Altman's big deal in Abu Dhabi. Trump approved Stargate deal in UAE despite Musk's protest. Musk warned Trump wouldn't bless OpenAI deal unless XAI was added, as according to sources cited by Wall Street Journal.
He's big mad. Here's our 420 target. Ugh. He's malding. Wick lows at 400. It's just next target. I don't know what happens down there. We'll see. This is a really nice sell. Just retracing our wicked low. Russell rejected where we needed it to. See what we can get. Our previous day value low on ES is at 907. So it should be a good level to watch. So we push down into this. If this goes offer, then we can look for expansion to the downside. If this stays supportive, that's really all we got. This is ETH low test on NQ. Just let runners run. Should be mostly risked off. Chill. See if we can break this wick low. My target below us would be like 370. Another 30 points down.
We have posted out the article on the
previous day value
news
low.
feed for you to read through.
If we show interest below our ETH low, right? Just watching this wick low to ETH low on NQ or that bid. And then let's see if we can hold, if we can shift below these pivots on ES and on NQ. It might take a bit. Russell flat again, retesting our breakdown. Just our value low edge. We want them to like actually just sweep this, get the hell out of here. We, for this target to play, understand that this is just a value profile trade. This is a rejection of our previous day POC here. this is what we'll be watching for, our offer to basically shift here at 430 to 440. And then a look below our ETH lows, a shift of value, and then a rotation to our previous day value low off of a failure to get back over our previous day POC, right? So really keeping our eye on this area to see if we can absorb here and see if our offer can hold into 41 to 430. That's what we're watching for. Understand, again, Russell back into our range. So we want to see a very clear rejection here into the highs off of this little bounce off of our value low. And we watch to see if we get a secondary leg or if they get us back into range. Same thing on ES. Value low to ETH low is what we're watching for our offer, if it was going to be there.
Now, according to a U.S.
and
Commerce
continue down.
Department spokesperson,
Or
they say
if
the U.S.
we
is
go
reviewing
support it again.
exports of strategic significance to China and has suspended some export licenses while review takes place. So, reminder, there was an earlier piece from the Financial Times that Trump orders U.S. chip designers to stop selling to China. So this is added detail now and confirmation, a bit more confirmation from U.S. Commerce spokesperson.
All right, we'll see.
According to iMoneyNet, U.S. money market fund assets down $13.46 billion for the week ended May 27th.
All right. Nice rejection. Holding lows, though. Need to see a bit more from the breakdown. Russell rejected our highs. No change in our little balance. But we got to see a break of these lows for more. Same thing on ES. Nice rejection of our value edge. Russell, NQ back into lows. So if you did add here, it's a great idea to risk off your first here into our little pivot. Let's see if we can get any more. I just closed my full position instead of... I didn't mean to do that. Unlucky. Fuck. That sucks. Well, you know, it is what it is. It was a really solid ad, too. Look at that. Look at this ad. Damn, that sucks.
Just keep an eye on Cadence Design Systems, down about 10.6% after the FT reports Trump tells chip designers to stop selling to China.
I need to always double check because I changed my stop size to my full position once I added to move my average down. So it was 9 contracts, and then I didn't change it back to 2 contracts for sells.
Also, Synopsis shares
so when
down
I did
about
sell
12%
market, it was for 9
after hitting session low.
Unlucky. Just an idiot. No, not really. But when I update my stop, when I add to a position, I just manually do it a lot of the times instead of clicking on the DOM 50 times. That's why I didn't even like realize. It's whatever. It wasn't a bad exit. This is what I'm referring to, guys, by the way. Just this ad here. I just closed full into these lows. I was only trying to take off half. But it's whatever. It's whatever. We're going to chop here for a minute while we wait for Russell to figure it out. Yeah, MOC 2 minutes. Later, Izzy. Have a good rest of your day. I probably won't be taking anything until we see which way the MOC wick pushes into, and then we can figure it out. I would have been holding a runner, but yeah. Yeah, it's like my hand knows better than my brain. Yeah, exactly. I'm not mad about it. Whatever. It's now just going to be a matter of which way do we wick into MOC? Where's value found? Does it hold the lows? And then do we pop up? Do we immediately pop up into these highs?
Market on close imbalance data.
We'll see. Very clear that the sell side's sitting here into this. We'll watch to see if like we wick into that and then just rotate back through, or if we just take out lows immediately and then get the secondary leg down below 400, 410. I think if 400, 410 goes offer on MOC, we play that to downside. But if we flip over this red zone, probably a bid, and then we look for the rotation back up to 480, right? Because that would be a recovery of this low here from this breakdown. I don't know. We'll see what happens. MOC in a second, guys. Expect volatility. ES still holding value, no shift.
10 seconds.
Spiking into our lows.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 757 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 300 million. Dow 30 sell side 367 million. And Mag 7 sell side 95.9 million.
See if we can get it. We want that offer to now hold 400, 410 on this look below, ideally. Russell leading down into our ADR. Should be able to head for that 370 target in this look below. Watching our previous day value on ES, see if this can offer or if it goes flips back to supportive. We want to see a pretty decent reaction here, 907, 909 on ES. Same thing at this like 400, 410, ideally on NQ. I'm going to just move this up a bit to align with our POC here. We're looking for an offer here in this yellow box.
So just a reminder, at the top of the hour, we get the earnings from Salesforce for the Q1 2025 earnings. EPS estimate of $2.55 and a revenue estimate of $9.75 billion. Then at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time, we get NVIDIA earnings for the Q1 2025, EPS
At
estimate of 93
420,
cents
Jesus
and a
Christ.
revenue estimate of $43.31 billion.
That was done on purpose. Yeah, usually like you want to play like the wick through, right? So like you wait for MOC, wait for which way like liquidity is pointing, and then play that direction is usually a good sign. That's usually the best bet. I just risked off my first contracts here off of this offer. I'm looking for 70s lower. 75 is where bid is sitting. Take off a little bit more as we push down into that, and then leave a 5 runners. Right, like this is what I did, Kevin. Like I played the look through, right? As soon as we saw that, like that's what we wanted to see. That's sell side then showing hand directionally 410, 400. I want to play with them then for that push down. Like if the bid isn't there, like that's your sign. This is target. Just leaving some runners now. $200 up from 396. And we just let it play. Yeah, I don't know. They both feel good, man. They both feel good. I think personally, the second feels better. It's like, oh, I was right in my full trade idea. Trading. To me, that like that feels way better than catching like the absolute top and bottom. Like I'm if I can close and then we reverse in the opposite direction, it's like, oh, okay, my full trade idea worked out. My exit was solid. Everything played. Like this is it. Like we did the thing. Zero drawdown. It's nice, but like, as long as it's like still within my range, I don't really mind. The exit is always feels the greatest to me. Yeah, 420, Robert. 420 Eastern. I have one runner left here. Break even now at 396.50. And that's our last trade, just MOC. That was 15 micros. Just 5 lots on my original entry, 5 lots again, and then 5 lots to add. No invalidation. We have 4 minutes to close. I don't even know if it's worth. Like, I'll probably just get stopped here, to be honest. We'll see. Yeah, I'm done as well. Either I get stopped or we make a new low in the next 3 minutes. Yeah, huge day for you, dude. Nice job. Can't really ask for more on a day like today. 3K on a day like today? Not bad. Not bad at all. This is just ES into ADR off of our rejection of our previous day POC, our value low, like we talked about on ES. I'm sorry I don't always talk as much about ES as I do NQ. It's just because I'm not trading it. So I try to give you like a larger term plan of what I'm looking for in relation to NQ and Russell. And I'm hoping that that's enough for you guys, but please let me know if it isn't. Like this was a good pivot that we drew and what we were looking for with NQ and that reaction. To me, I think it's enough, but if it's not, you got to let me know so that I can then focus more on it. I don't know about zero drawdown, but usually I'm decent. I'm decent. At least with secondaries. I don't know. Like I definitely had some drawdown on the first leg of this short. Because I was just letting 65-75 play as offer. I was offsides there for a bit.
So just a couple of minutes away until we get the earnings from Salesforce, with an EPS estimate of $2.55 and a revenue estimate of $9.75 billion.
Like here's like my original short. Like I kept trying to short 50s, but I just had my invalidation above 65-75. But it didn't really matter. But like if we broke over 75s, I would have taken like a 15-point loss easy. But this is with micros, so my stop's a little bit larger. Right. It's just so hard to be so precise on days like today. Too choppy.
Surely expecting earnings from Salesforce now.
Oh, we didn't get stopped. New low. Feels good, man. I'm gonna close. I don't care about Salesforce earnings. I don't want to. I'll take $100 on one MNQ. Whatever. I'm out. NVIDIA ER in 20 minutes, Rory. I'm not waiting. Salesforce is right now. Like these are my NQ ads. And like you can see, like this was my last NQ trade that I took today. That was the when I got back after the dip from our same pivot of 55 to 60. I had just gotten back. This was our last NQ trade, and then I switched to micros after this. So like even there, I took a little drawdown, right? But like our levels are holding. There's no invalidation, so it's whatever. But I don't know. Delete all these. All right. I will see you all tomorrow.
So Salesforce first quarter adjusted EPS of $2.58 compared to $2.44 year on year.
Hopefully,
First
tomorrow's
quarter
trading is
revenue
better.
$9.83 billion dollars. That's plus 7.6% year on year.